Dim the lights. Can't see.
How you doing?
Sean, on that person.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir. What is it again?
Friend Hill. Brendel, page 8, the second person. He's on bond, Judge.
Mr. Reinhardt, you can come forward, please. Yes. All right, so what is going on is probation has informed me that stage she's before a little bit longer. So we're gonna bring it back on May 5th. Just make sure you follow up with all of their appointments, all right? You know, any questions? All right, so once you sign the reset form. All right, just have to see them and call you up. All right, you will.
Thank you, Your Honor. Perhaps this would be a good time to let the media know about the taking up the sealed matter.
All right, all the jurors are here. Mr. Hunter,
Yes.
you need the mic for the court reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
Wants to get him whispering to you, Your Honor. Can I get? Sure. Your Honor, may I test this for the court reporter?
Sure.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Mine okay?
We're ready.
Ready?
Yes.
All right, for the jury.
Everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the late start. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you the oath. I know you took an oath downstairs, but this is an oath for this specific case. So if you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tamar McIntryre, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dare County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the November term AD 2019 of the 187th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment on or about the 23rd day of April 2018, Tamar McIntryre, herein referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Mark Anthony Saldivar, herein referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Mark Anthony Saldivar against the peace and dignity of the state.
All right, to the indictment, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please support. Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you back to April 23rd, 2017. When Lucy Salvador woke up that morning, she did not realize it was going to be the last day she talked to her son, Mark Salvador. Saw him alive. She spoke to him that day in the afternoon at the house, and Mark was excited. He had a rapper that contacted him about doing a photo shoot. Tamar McIntryre, AK-47 or TK, here in San Antonio, Texas. He was excited. His passion was photography. His passion was taking photographs and wanted to make that his career. He was young. He was 20 years old. Tamar McIntryre was almost 17 years old. He was an up and coming rapper that contacted Mark about this photo shoot. And when Tamor came over to pick up Mark from his house at his mother's house, Mark went outside with his backpack and his camera, very definable white type camera, ran off to this car down the street, a black Kia. Little did he know he was getting into that car and it would be falling off that car later on, shot by this individual that's sitting right over there. When he got to that car, he got in the back passenger seat. It's a four-door Kia. Tamor McIntryre was in the front passenger seat. Joanna Reyes was driving the vehicle. A good buddy of TK's was in the back seat and scooted over to the middle, Jalen Bell. And then also there was a Jeremiah Rodriguez in the back seat. When they drove away, they proceeded over to 410 and McCullough, across the street from North Star Mall here in San Antonio, Texas. When they were at this intersection, an altercation began at that point. This man right over here pulled out a gun and turned around and started hitting with fist and also with the gun, telling him, "Give me your stuff, give me your stuff, give me that backpack." They're wrestling for the backpack. At that point, Jalen Bell also wants to get involved in this. He's a bigger guy, a lot bigger than TK. He's in that back seat with Mark. They start beating him and trying to take away his backpack. His passion is in that backpack. His photography, his career. TK gets that backpack away from him. Jalen Bell is still hitting and kicking and pushing Mark. They're at a stop light. There are people parked around them at that stoplight, witnessing what's going on, because this happened at 5 o'clock on a Sunday in broad daylight. At some point, Mark gets kicked out of the car. They slam that back door. They won't let him back in the car. "Help, help, help!" He's yelling. What he loved is in that car, his camera. "Give me my things, give me my things." He knows the light's about to turn green. He's frantic. He runs to the front. He jumps on the hood. One of the biggest mistakes of his life, or rather, last part of his life. Joanne Reyes is driving that vehicle. The light turns green. They drive through that stoplight. It's a Sunday afternoon. Right across the street or highway from the North Star Mall, there's a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. They pull into that Chick-fil-A parking lot. She slams on the brakes. Mark sort of stands up. Looks like he's stomping on the windshield. But then that car jerks and he falls. You'll see that passenger door open up, the front passenger door open up. But this man over here was sitting with that gun. He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder, goes across his body, exits out of his little bit out of his lower back. He falls to the ground. The car reverses and takes off from the scene. You'll see several people run up and try to help Mark. But that bullet crossed his body. It hit his spine, hit his both lungs. If he would have been on the best medical gurney in the world, he wouldn't have survived that shot. He dies in that parking lot that day. As TK and his friends drive off, They don't go to the cops. They don't call the cops. They run away. That's not the end of the story. Because that car was found less than a mile away, abandoned at a Mexican food restaurant. There's evidence there that TK was there, that Jalen Bell was there, Jeremiah Rodriguez was there, and Joanna Reyes was there. Doesn't end there. TK and Jalen take off. They run. They get out of town. Jalen is caught in Dallas. Tamor is caught in New Jersey. Nobody called the cops. Nobody said anything at that point of helping Mark Salvador. A promising career, possibly photography, a difficult field of photography. You take chances, you do things for nothing. That's what he wanted. He had a chance that day to take some photographs of an up and coming rapper that had his career on the horizon, possibly, or wanted it to be that career of a rapper. But instead, that particular day, he chose to take a life of an individual, Mark Salvador. That's what we will bring to you, and evidence will show that Tamor McIntryre committed capital murder on April 23rd, 2017. Thank you.
Just one moment, counsel. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Assumptions and the general guesswork that is attendant to the story that the prosecution just laid out for you should be of deep and troubling concern. There's no dispute that Mark was killed. There's no dispute that he was shot. There's no dispute that there was an altercation in that car. But virtually everything else that the prosecution has laid out for you is going to be told to you through either people who are making a wild guess based upon very, very small fragments of information, the bystanders, for example, on the highway, on the access road where this altercation took place, or it's going to come from people who were in the car. And I want us to stop and consider what that really means in a case like this. Mr. McIntryre is accused of capital murder. You heard yesterday extensive discussion about something called the law of parties, which is the idea that if you are assisting someone in the commission of a crime, either before it happens, while it's going on, or after the fact, you are culpable just the same as the individual who pulled the trigger, the individual who decided to take a life. That's going to be the backbone of this case, is everybody in that car pointing their finger at someone other than themselves. And the state paid to get that information developed, not with money, not with a normal kind of a transaction, but with something that is the most valuable thing a person can trade, their freedom. That's the issue in this case. What exactly caused there to be a fight in this car and who that fight was with is all going to come from people that were occupants of the vehicle and, according to the state's theory of this, participants in what took place. As far as who struck first, what the argument was about, all of that's going to come from the other occupants of that vehicle who have a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't land back on them. The facts and circumstances about where people are seated, who fired the gun, why the gun was fired, all of those are similarly going to come from people with a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't come back on them. And ultimately, all of those things tied together, the way in which this case becomes a charged capital murder against Tamor McIntryre has been spun from the detective's lips to these witnesses' ears and about to be regurgitated back to you just the way the state wanted it The state paid for it and the state packaged it. That should be taken with an exceptional amount of scrutiny. And the law in Texas acknowledges that. I expect, after you've heard all the evidence in this case, that you will be charged on something called the accomplice witness rule, which tells you that in Texas, the law requires that the state provide corroborative evidence other than the testimony of an accomplice or a co-conspirator in order to establish guilt. And it is not alone sufficient to convict that corroborative evidence simply prove that a crime occurred. And what the state's going to try and do, I anticipate, is to stack accomplice on top of accomplice on top of accomplice to try and convince you all that that's sufficient to corroborate the offense. Don't let them do it. That's not how the law works. And you all would have to take each of those accomplices as being inherently suspect and recognize that they can't corroborate each other. And what we're left with at the end of that is going to be the actions of law enforcement investigating this case, which, as my colleague, Mr. Goldstein, will explain to you in a moment, were subpar, suboptimal, and not acceptable, especially when we have this kind of a case on the line. The investigation done here was half-hearted, lazy, negligent, dilatory, and ultimately was substituted by reliance on these accomplices as the proof in the pudding, as it were, that a crime was committed. You're also going to hear some evidence about the aspect of the case Mr. Garahan described to you, which is that Mr. Saldivar got on the hood of the car after some altercation took place in the vehicle. That is to say, there will be people that testify who were just on the roadside that in broad daylight on a Sunday, there was some kind of an altercation in that car. Accounts will differ. Some people describe the individual as an African-American man, young. Some will describe that individual as having a pistol. Some didn't see one. Some will describe that individual as being a Hispanic young man. Some will say that the Hispanic young man had a gun. Some don't. All of those things, I think we have to understand, just are what they are. This happened in the flash of an eye. It happened in a place where you don't normally expect to see something like that. We're talking about Chick-fil-A over on the north side of town across from North Star Mall. Not your normal 5 o'clock Sunday activity. And what they saw is what little piece of this overall story they saw. But what seems to be consistently accepted, at least by the lead detective on the case at the end, as he synthesizes all of these little snippets of observation, is that Mark Anthony Saldivar got out of the vehicle, proceeded to argue with the occupants of the vehicle while inside, they're still inside, and then jumped onto the hood of the car and began stomping the windshield of that car. And you'll see the windshield of that car caved in as a result of that activity. You can see where his foot came through, and you can see the rest of it coming through with it. And it is in that context that gunshots are fired. It is in that context that Mr. Saldivar loses his life. We talked yesterday about self-defense. We talked about defensive property. We talked about provoking the difficulty. But fundamentally, I want you to keep those principles in the back of your head, because however these cooperators, these accomplices, decide to paint and shade this version of the story on this occasion, and there have been several, the bottom line is that the things that happened while everyone was in that car had dissipated. And I think a great many of us, confronted with an altercation inside of a vehicle like that, would have walked away. But that's not what happened here. Now, the state's going to try and maintain that the reason why Mark Anthony Saldivar didn't walk away is because his camera equipment was inside. But you'll hear testimony from one of the cooperating co-defendants, one of the accomplices, that the photo shoot that he just described had been called off and that they were just giving this guy a ride. Any evidence that you do hear about a camera, about a backpack, about property of Mr. Saldivar being taken is going to come from these cooperators. There's no camera recovered in this case. There's not going to be an Exhibit 15, the camera of the deceased. You're not going to see money taken out of the deceased's wallet. The fact that those objects even exist is something that has to be speculated and guessed upon, and then ultimately, the only place you're going to hear it as evidence is from these accomplices. So fundamentally, the state can't prove that this was not a justified homicide. The state cannot prove that Mr. McIntryre is the shooter in this controversy. The state can't prove that there was a robbery, either intended or executed or attempted. Those things are all coming from people with an absolute vested interest to accomplish it. And so, no matter how the charge is broken up for you, I think that there is no question that the state will not be able to meet its burden to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt of capital murder, and far less question that they'll be able to establish even basic, fundamental first-degree murder. Those are the things that you all are confronted with. I'm going to turn it over now for just a moment to Mr. Goldstein, who's specifically going to talk to you a little bit more about the nature of the investigation in this case, and fundamentally why, as jurors, you are assessing the evidence in light of your duty to presume Mr. McIntryre innocent, that the investigation in this case should be criticized, and you all should not be filling in the gaps for the police. I want to thank you all for your time. I urge you to listen to the evidence carefully. I know you will reach the correct verdict.
May it please the court, able counsel, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is old. The evidence is old. It occurred in 2017, 7 years ago. Speaking of old, I'm 81. I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and that's why I need notes and why counsel come over and coddle me every once in a while. I've been sitting here listening to the able lawyers in this room speak to you. That's primarily going to be my job. I haven't said much to y'all or anyone up until this time, and I'm probably not going to say a lot during the trial. I'm going to be like y'all. I'm going to be watching. I do think it's important that you understand that while you're listening to the evidence, that these are good lawyers on the other side. Just as I know ours are very capable lawyers. I respect them. I respect this court. I respect our judicial system. 2.5 centuries. I mean, it goes back to ancient time. There's some magic in the number 12 when you listen to evidence. And I think almost every lawyer that's done this, I've been doing it 57 years, will agree. You come to the right result. I'm always, each one of y'all might not use the same tools. Each one of y'all might not come from the same place. Each one of you bring your own experience to this room. It must be your individual decision, guilt or innocence. You should deliberate, you should listen to the other jurors when that time comes at the end of this case. But it has to be your individual decision. Let me suggest to you that this adversary process involves a lot of things. As we listen to this evidence, there's going to be disputed evidence. You're going to hear two different sides. That's why we have juries. You're going to have to make some decisions. Most of the evidence in this case is not in dispute. Most of it's not going to be contested. And you might think, well, why am I being subjected to all this? That's their job. Their job is to prove, if they can, each and every element of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard known to law. They will be, and they're going to be doing their job, and they have to prove each element, and therefore don't think they're trying to bore you. That's their job. They have to prove it all up. So you're gonna be listening to that evidence as we talk about evidence in this case. They get to go first and last. If you've noticed. There's a reason for that. They have that heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, we give them the chance to open and at the end of the case to close. They'll be the last you will hear from, the last evidence, the last argument. And that's as it should be. But we're kind of squeezed in the middle like a ham sandwich. I'm Jewish, so maybe it wouldn't be a ham sandwich, but it'll be a sandwich nevertheless. Let's say turkey sandwich. Some people have described it that way. There are some matters that are in dispute. And I want to warn you in advance, each side will vigorously present their evidence. There'll be objections. We may have disputes. We may offend each other on occasion. I hope not. I believe in the collegiality of fellow lawyers. Like I said, I respect these, but we're going to have some disputes. I may offend them from time to time. I may offend the judge on occasion. I may, God forbid, offend one of y'all. My hope is that if the lawyers should perchance offend you on occasion, hold that against the lawyers. Hold that against me. Tell me about it after this case is over with. Don't hold that against Tamar McIntryre. Take it. Please. That's not how our system works. Let's talk about the matters in dispute. Now we'll do that briefly. Tamar McIntryre is charged with capital murder. And as you heard, what they've alleged is this was a murder committed during the course of a robbery or attempted robbery. But that extra part is when you heard all the questions being asked of you during jury selection, everybody paid a lot of attention. It was because that's what's required to prove that offense. You have to prove both murder and that it was during the course of a robbery. And that's going to be an issue in the case. But let's talk about one of the disputed issues, the murder, the shooting. It is interesting in this case, what you will find is that there was only one spent shell casing found in the car. The black Kia that was owned by the state's key witness. That spent shell casing, when it was originally identified by the prosecution's technician, they identified it as a 40 millimeter shell. Later, another tech, or I'm not sure, but the technicians in the prosecutor's office, weeks, months later, re-examined the shell casing. Became important. And they decided it wasn't a 40 millimeter shell. It was a caliber shell, 40 caliber. It was a 9 millimeter shell. That casing, that spent shell casing, as most of you know, comes when you fire a projectile, a bullet, the shell casing remains behind. This one remained in the vehicle. 9 millimeter shell casing. While there was a mistake initially, that goes to all of our, when we watch it, all the AI and all the technical magic that we see on TV, mistakes are made. It may not be important in this case, but I think we can all agree now it's a 9 millimeter, not the 40 millimeter that they originally thought it was. That empty spent shell casing found in the black Kia that was located the night of April 23rd, 2017. So there was only one shell casing found. There was another bullet. It was a 350 caliber, 380. I've got my muzzle sniffer here to correct me. 380, that's not a derogatory comment. There was a 380 bullet, but it had not been fired. And that bullet was found in the seat where KK allegedly was sitting that night. But the only spent shell casing, the only one that was fired that's found in the black Kia that night is a 9mm spent shell casing. There was also only one weapon recovered in this case. It was a 9mm Smith & Wesson, seized from the co-defendant that able counsel for the prosecution mentioned to you earlier, Jalen Bell. He had a 9mm Smith & Wesson, the same caliber. It was months later when he was arrested in Dallas-Fort Worth, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But it was the same caliber, the one weapon that has been seized, as the one shell casing that was found. Now, you've got one shell casing, 9mm, one weapon, 9mm, a Smith & Wesson. And you would think that the evidence would show that they compared them. That weapon sat for 7 years in evidence room between Fort Worth and San Antonio, years here in our own evidence. No one ever tested them. No one ever compared them until John Hunter. Kind of looks like Harry Potter. Well, no offense. He was one of my best students and he worked for me for a long time. So I think I have the right to make fun of him. He makes fun of me too, and you'll probably hear it. But here is the interesting part. No one ever compared them until he requested from this able prosecutor, who then located the weapon and they had it tested by a technician, like the prosecution technician that mistook the 40 caliber that was actually a 9mm. And he says that that weapon, that 9mm spent shell casing, matched the weapon that had been sitting in evidence rooms for 7 years. You're going to hear, I believe, conflicting testimony. It's going to be brought to you, but it's not going to, we have to wait. Remember I told you, they get to go first and last, and we're kind of sandwiched. Well, the part of our sandwich is after their piece of bread that goes first. They get to go first. So please, it's like, if you've all been to the movies and you see a trailer and you think, God, I'm going to like that movie, and you go see the movie and it's not nearly as good as the trailer. You think I wasted, when I was a kid here, I could go to the Majestic for 15 cents. It's a lot more expensive now, but even then I felt ripped off when I thought, geez, the only good part of that movie they showed me in the trailer. And I sat there for 2 hours. Well, I'm going to ask you to wait to hear this conflicting evidence. It's worth the wait, folks. This is a movie worth waiting for. Additionally, and kind of almost more importantly, is that the state, after 7 years, finally asked Jalen Bell, this co-defendant, about the 9mm weapon that he had. He said, "Oh, no, that's not the weapon I had back in April of 2017. That was a different Smith and Wesson 9mm." 7 years later, what are we supposed to do about that? Those are all interesting issues of evidence that I would suggest to you are questions that might cause you to have a doubt based upon reason. But that's your decision. When you make important decisions in your life, whether it's to buy an encyclopedia or a new car or a new house, you have to decide how to trust someone. And that's the next issue you're going to be confronted with. How do you decide whether you believe somebody or not? How do you? Well, we all have that instinctive. We look at people. We listen to them. We watch their demeanor. Are they the kind of person we want to believe? Will we buy an encyclopedia from them? Will we buy a car from them? We've made mistakes, all of us. In 81 years, I've made plenty of them. But I will tell you this. This is a time when you're going to have to make those decisions. And you look at the evidence, you look at the witness, and you have to make a decision. What would help you? What evidence would help you decide whether or not to believe someone? Well, is there something that corroborates it? They say they were in New Orleans on a particular day and they've got a plane ticket to New Orleans. They've got a hotel room at some hotel in the French Quarter. Well, that doesn't say they were there, but at least it corroborates it to some extent. You also want to know, why would somebody tell a story like that when you're looking at this evidence if it's not the truth? Well, wouldn't you want to know what they said before? Wouldn't you want to know if they were paid something for their testimony? That'd be important to me. I mean, people could get paid with money. People can get paid with something more valuable than money. Their life and liberty. You're going to see that the state's key witness was paid mightily with her liberty. She was promised something and she got it for her testimony that met the prosecution's theory of this case. I can't promise anybody anything. I can't pay them. Not with money, not with their liberty. That would be a crime. How can we call a system fair that allows only one side to pay for what they call the truth? Well, that's what you're going to have here. You're going to have to decide whether this witness is believable. I want you to watch them. Excuse me. I want you to watch them. See whether this is the kind of person who you want to put your trust in. And give some consideration to what they got paid for that testimony. What would someone say if it would mean facing a capital murder case or walking free today and come into this group? How much is that worth? Is that worth telling the story that meets the theory of the prosecution? We leave this case. That's all right. I was hoping that San Fernando's bells would be ringing, but I'll settle for the tinkle. We're going to leave this in your hand. We picked you on both sides because we trust you. They say use your common sense, use it. Listen to the lawyers. We don't give you evidence. Our arguments are not evidence. But I think I'm going to listen to them, and I want them and you to listen to me and to John. John's going to have the heavy load in this case. as well he should. But I'm gonna be watching it like y'all. We trust you will come to the right decision. All I ask, as the old man in the room, is that the next morning after we finish this case, you can look in the mirror and say, I did right. You can look in the mirror and say, the life and liberty of this young man was worth holding the prosecution to their burden. That's important. That beyond a reasonable doubt, the 12 members of this jury is a time-honored tradition in this country. It's what sets us apart from every other country in the world. I take pride in what I do, so do they. And I hope you will. And when it's all said and done, you can look in the mirror the next morning, the day after, say, I did. I did right to myself, my family, and to young Payne. And ask for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, state, call your first witness.
State calls Ashley.
Cindy, do you need a cough drop or anything? All right. All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, make sure you speak up so that members of the jurors can hear. You can lower your hand, state your name for the record, and if you could spell your last name, please.
Ashley Buenteo, Buentelo.
Puenteo. My witness judge.
Yes.
Ms. Puenteo, there's a microphone in front of you, so I'm gonna ask you to use it because you're a little soft spoken, okay?
So-
No, if the one that you should. All right, and did you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you currently?
I'm 28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio, Texas,
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
my whole life.
I'm gonna reposition because I'm having.
Okay.
You could just move a little closer.
Okay.
Okay, so how old are you again?
28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio,
Okay, and how long have you lived in San Antonio?
my whole life.
Okay, what school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear.
Linear High?
Your
School?
Honor.
Linear
I'm so
high school,
sorry,
yes.
I still cannot hear the witness's answers.
All right, so you'll need to lower your mask, please, so that everyone
Well,
can hear.
or at least bring the microphone up.
All right. And just make sure you speak loudly. All right.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to lean into the microphone, okay?
This one?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. So how old are you?
28,
There you go. What city do you currently live in?
San Antonio,
And how long have you lived in San Antonio?
my whole life.
Okay. And what high school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear high school.
Okay. And do you work currently?
No, ma'am.
What do you do for?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Stay at home mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you here today?
To talk about the events that happened in 2017.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn you back to that date, April 23rd, 2017. Do you recall you were with that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was with family members. I was with my tios, my husband, and my grandma.
Okay, and so what's your grandma's
Janie Reyes,
Okay, and what are your tíos' names?
Paul Caballero and Ernest Reyes,
Okay, and your husband, what is his name?
Raul Quintero.
Your Honor, a juror has raised their hand.
Yes.
What's it?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So here's the thing. As jurors, you're not allowed to ask. No. It's fine. Sometimes, we don't know. So jurors, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you're not allowed to hear what a witness is saying, raise your hand and let us know. But the state and the defense, they are the persons who will be asking the questions. And if there's a question that you would like a witness to have been asked, you will just have to go with the questions that both sides have asked. Right. All right, you may continue.
Okay, and when you say tío, what does that mean?
He's my tío,
Like your uncle?
my uncle, yes.
Okay, and can you just say briefly how you're related to them?
He's my mom's brother, and that's my mom's mom.
Okay. And so, what were you all doing on that day? Do you recall?
Yes, we were getting stuff ready for my grandma's upcoming birthday party that we were planning.
Okay. And were you traveling in a car?
Yes,
Do you recall what kind of car that was?
we were in a red Chrysler.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits
Okay.
1 and State's Exhibit number 2. Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the objects that are contained within on the day of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, tender for inspection. The state offers states 1 and 2.
I am so sorry. I can barely hear what she's saying. What did she say to people? No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as state exhibit number 1. And you've just had an opportunity to look at that, but is that the red Chrysler that you were traveling in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me who's in the driver's seat?
That is my uncle Ernest.
Okay, and who's in the back seat right there?
Down is gonna be my grandma.
And in state's exhibit number 2, can you tell me who's contained in that photo?
That is Paul. He was in the front, and that is my husband, Raul.
Okay, so just for clarity, in the front passenger seat, who was sitting there?
Paul.
Okay, and then in the back, or directly behind that, who was sitting there?
It's Raul, and then me in the middle, and my daughter on my lap.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you guys were traveling in the car, and ultimately, did you guys end up at the light at McCullough on 410 access?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you pulled up, do you recall what color the light was?
We came to a red light.
Okay, and was there cars in front of you and behind you?
Yes.
Okay, and so at some point, did somebody get your attention?
Yes, there was a woman who came up to us because our gas tank was open, the lid.
Okay, and so when she informed you that the gas tank was open, what did the people in your car do?
Paul was the one who got off, and he went to go and close it. And then she informed us that the vehicle.
Objective hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that objection will be sustained as to
Okay.
hearsay.
So you can't say what the lady told you, but so you said Paul got out and closed the gas tank, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what kind of vehicle was behind your red Chrysler?
It was a black four-door vehicle. I'm not sure what.
Okay, and at some point, did your attention turn to that vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, and why is that?
because there was a altercation that was going on, and so we all turned to look what was going on.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed when you turned around to look inside of that car?
When I turned to look around, I did see McIntryre in the passenger side.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Ms. Linville, and how do you know that the person that was in the front passenger seat name is McIntryre?
After like when they ended up catching him, I guess, like the news.
Gonna
All right,
do my
so,
objection, Your Honor.
Yes, your objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you disregard her answer with the name McIntyre in it. Does everyone understand? So you're to disregard the question and you're to disregard the answer.
Your Honor, we would respectfully move for mistrial.
That will be denied. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So can you, without naming the person,
Okay.
can you describe what the person in the front passenger seat looked like?
He was a black male.
Okay. And the person that was driving the vehicle, do you recall what they looked like?
She was a white female with blonde hair.
Okay. And so when you turn around and you look in that black four-door, what did you observe going on in that black motor vehicle?
There was a Mexican that was sitting in the back, getting beat up on by the people that were in the front and in the back, sitting with him.
Okay, and so when you say the Mexican boy that was sitting in the back seat was being beat up on, who was exactly beating up on him?
Just the two guys, the black male in the front and then also the one in the back.
And did you see anything in the hands of the black male in the front?
Yes,
What did
The-
he have in his hands?
it was a handgun, a black handgun.
Okay, and where was that
And
pointed at?
he was also using it to hit him.
Okay, so it was being used to strike the person in the back seat, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so the person in the back seat that was being struck, eventually what happened with that person?
He somehow ended up getting out of the vehicle and we had thought that was it, but he ended up getting on top of the vehicle after.
Okay, and so when the light turned green, what did your car do?
We ended up taking the right that was right there because with the gun situation, we had my daughter, so we ended up turning to safety and they ended up going straight.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 3, and you reviewed this before,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with the area where this occurred, right?
Mhm.
And so this is a fair and accurate depiction of the location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shed.
No objections.
All right, and that's State's Exhibit number 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Okay, Ms. Fuenteal, and so, can you see that okay up there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you see where I'm pointing at, that's McCullough Avenue, correct?
Mhm.
And so, where I'm pointing at right here, is that where your vehicle was stopped at the red light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so earlier, you said that your vehicle took a right, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that would have been traveling a right down McCullough
Mhm.
Avenue? Okay, and so then where did your vehicle go from there?
We ended up turning to the left into the shopping centers that are right there.
Right in here?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you turned into the shopping center, what did you hear? Did you hear anything at that point?
We heard one gunshot.
Okay, and after you heard the gunshot, did you see anything associated with the Chick-fil-A?
We saw the black vehicle speeding off.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle that was behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle where the Mexican boy got on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you observed it speeding off?
Yes, we had saw it taking a left that way, and we were coming from this side.
Okay, so you're right here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying you see that black Kia come out through here and take the left, is that correct?
Yes, speeding off. Mhm.
Okay. And so, once you see that, what do you and the people in your car do?
I mean, once we were at the gunshot, we were just like talking about it, and then passing the Chick-fil-A, we ended up seeing him rolling on the ground.
And when you say him rolling on the ground,
The
Right.
Mexican. The Mexican?
the Mexican boy that was on the hood?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you see him rolling on the ground, then what do you do?
We got off the vehicle, me, Paul, and Raul, and we ran to him.
Okay. And when you observed him, the Mexican boy that was laying in the Chick-fil-A parking lot, that's the same person that you observed and the black Kia getting beat up on.
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so when you observed him, did you notice if he had any injuries?
He had a big bump on his forehead.
And did you make contact with officers on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you provide a verbal statement to the officers on the scene?
Mhm.
Okay, and we have to witness now.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay.
I just have a few questions for you. The first is, did you meet with the prosecutors at all in preparation for your testimony here today?
Like 2 weeks ago?
Okay, you met with the lawyers themselves or with the advocate, or do you remember?
With her?
With Ms. Galloway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you review anything in anticipation of your testimony?
Just everything that happened, like from the cameras.
You reviewed your previous statement?
Mhm.
Okay. And so you were standing outside the Chick-fil-A when you gave that statement to police,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. I mean, yes, sir.
And you recall you were explaining to the officer several things that you had learned from other people in the parking lot and who were waiting for police to arrive. Do you remember that part of your statement?
No.
You don't remember the officer telling you to only tell him what you personally saw?
Oh, yes, yes.
That happened, right?
Mhm.
So by the time you spoke to the police, you had already spoken to several other witnesses to the incident, correct?
No, just the people I was with.
Okay, so you had talked amongst yourself.
Yes,
And how many people were in the car?
5 of us.
Okay, and what seat were you in?
I was in the middle and the back.
You were in the middle and the back.
Mhm.
Okay, so you didn't see the altercation first. Who saw it first in your car?
Paul. He was
Paul?
Paul. He was
He was the driver?
no, he was the one who got out to close the
The gas tank?
yes.
Okay, so he got out and closed the gas tank, comes back into the car and says, there's some people fighting in the car behind us. Is that basically it?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what prompted you all to turn around.
Mhm.
Do you know how long roughly that light that you all were parked at lasted?
It was a good minute.
Okay. Minute, couple minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you saw happened very quickly?
Yes.
Okay, and is there tinting on that car? It looks like it from the photographs they showed you.
On our car?
On your car, yes, ma'am.
No,
There's no tinting at all?
no, not like out the back window.
Uh-huh,
Maybe the sides, maybe, but not out the back.
okay. And you're looking at the car directly behind you?
Yes, there's the car right behind me.
Okay, Is it parked like bumper to bumper? Is it parked back a car length? About how far from your back bumper would that car have been stationed?
The very next car, like
Okay,
right
And-
waiting for the red light.
and you were watching for the whole time that the light was red?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had someone in your lap, right?
Yes.
And so when you say that you're watching it, are you talking about craning your neck, or are you talking about you repositioned your entire body so that you're
No.
looking that direction?
Yeah. I'm looking back, like
Okay, but you know, basically your belly button's still facing forward. You're looking back this way?
no, I like turned. I was able to turn.
So more like kind of a side view.
Yeah.
Okay. And there were how many people did you say in the vehicle?
Well, 6 including my daughter, but it's 5 of us.
Okay. Fair to say that there are obviously things in that car that block a full view of everything going on in the car. You'd agree with that, right?
Like,
Well, there are 2 seats in the front part of the car, right?
mhm,
There's a driver's seat and there's a front passenger seat,
mhm,
and there are people occupying those seats, right?
yes.
You can't see through the people or the seats, right?
No.
And so you can't see the parts of what's going on in that car that are obstructed by those seats and those people, correct?
You're talking about the
behind?
vehicle behind us?
Talking about in the vehicle behind you, when you're looking into that vehicle, you
Mhm.
can't see what's obstructed by the front passengers and the front seats, right?
Well, you can because the Mexican was sitting right in the middle. So like, given those 2 that were in the front, you were able to see what was going on in the middle.
You can see what's going on in the middle. You can't see what's going on either side of the middle, though. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you can't say definitively who had a gun and who didn't have a gun amongst all the people in the car, right?
The only one I saw was the one in the front.
But there's nothing about what you've testified to today that you want to convey that there weren't other guns, right?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you don't know who pulled a gun first, right?
No.
The altercation had already started when it was brought to your attention that it was happening, right?
Yes.
They were mid-fight when you looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the Mexican man got out of the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he continued to, I guess, argue, verbally gesture with the people that were still in the car.
I mean, he got out. He kind of like made a run for it, but they had already closed the door. And as soon as the lights had turned green, he was on top. I'm not sure. Like, we didn't have the windows down to hear what was going on.
And you didn't see how he got on top.
No. Well, yeah, he just jumped up on front.
Okay, so you saw him jump on top of
Yes.
the hood of the car? Okay. So did you see him crawl over anybody as he exited the car?
No,
Okay, you just saw him exit the car.
we just saw him exit the vehicle.
Okay. And you saw him stomping on the windshield?
No, we didn't see that part.
By that point, the light had turned green, right?
Yeah.
And so cars were beginning to move,
Mhm.
right? I'm sorry, ma'am, yes or no?
Yes.
So your vantage point is at that point changing as your car is moving and their car is moving, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't actually see the gunshot, you just heard it, correct?
We just heard it. Yes.
By that point, you're parked further over towards the music store
Mm-hmm.
and not in the Chick-fil-A parking lot proper, correct?
We weren't parked. We were driving because we had just turned in there just to turn in there to get away from all of that.
So you're driving away from all of it and you hear a gunshot just in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's by the seat.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to watch anything about this trial, and you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, make sure you leave the clip. And you are excused.
Oh, back that way.
State, call your next witness.
Yes, the state calls Paul Caballero.
All right, and if you can have him if you'll put that little mic on your shirt so the court reporter can hear. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Paul Caballero. Last name Caballero.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kevin, well, one, nice to see you again. I've seen you a few times for this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And we met here in the courthouse. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'd like to go ahead and jump right in and ask you if you remember that day back in April 2017, on the 23rd of April to be exact. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And speaking about that day, were you in a vehicle that day with some of your friends and family?
Yes.
And do you remember where that vehicle was located on the road in San Antonio?
Yes. We were on 410 and Hello.
I'm sorry, what?
410 and Hello. Sorry, I stutter sometimes.
No problem, no problem. If you don't mind, that first mic that's in front of you, just make sure you speak into there so people can hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so just bear with me. But one, do you remember what type of vehicle that was that y'all were driving at, or rather that you were riding in that day?
Yes, we had a red Chrysler 200.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some items that have already been entered into evidence. State exhibit number 1 and state exhibit number 2. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And are those photos of that Chrysler that y'all were in that day?
Yes.
And does it also show individuals that you know in those photos?
Yes.
And if in state exhibit number 1, can you identify the individual that's driving the vehicle?
Yes. Ernest, my
Ernest?
partner.
Thank you. And then do you see somebody in the back seat there?
Yes, his mom,
His mom. And what's her name?
Janie Reyes.
And in state exhibit number 2, can you identify the person standing there?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you. Okay. And then is there anybody in the back seat that you can see or identify?
Yes, Ashley and Raul and her baby.
And her baby, I guess you can see the top of the little baby's head there.
Yes.
Okay. So in addition to you and Ernest, which was the driver, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were sitting that day? Were you sitting in the front passenger seat or the back passenger seats?
And the front passenger seat.
Front passenger seat. So next to the driver.
Yes.
And then is that where Raul was in state exhibit number 2? Is that where he was seated at the time?
Yes.
And also Ashley and the baby.
Yes.
And then, of course, we got Janie Reyes sitting all the way to the left in the rear.
Yes.
Okay. So this is accurate of how y'all were seated when y'all were at the intersection also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, speaking of the intersection, I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 3. And are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
In fact, have I shown you this map before?
Yes.
And so you've seen this map before. Can you point out on there where that intersection McCullough and 410 is?
I'm sorry. It's right there.
And then where was your vehicle at?
We were right here
Okay.
behind the truck that was in front of us.
Behind a truck that was in front of you.
Yes.
So there was a truck in front of you and then your car.
Yes.
Okay. So on this overhead projector. I'm going to zoom in here. Now I'm going to point to where you pointed. You pointed to this vehicle right here.
Yes.
And that's, let me make sure. This is not a map from that day. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, some things have changed on this map, but generally this is how it looks.
Yes.
Because that's the main intersection. It hasn't really changed since 2017.
Objection, speculation.
That'll be overruled. If you know the answer, you can answer.
I'm sorry, if you can repeat the question, please?
Sure. This intersection hasn't changed much since 2017.
think so.
The actual road, it hasn't moved.
Okay, yeah, no, the road's the same. I'm looking at this over here, sorry.
Hey, bad question, bad question. I'll move on from that, but this is the intersection that we're speaking of, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you, like you stated just previously, that this vehicle right here is roughly where y'all are at that stoplight, is that
Yes.
correct?
yes,
And, well, let me ask, were you stopped at that time, at that light?
yes,
And so, is it assumed that did y'all have a red light?
yes.
And when you were at that light, did anything catch your attention?
Yes, there was a lady that was on the site, that told me that my gas cap was open.
Gas cap was open?
Yes.
And so you're at a stoplight, so what did you do?
Well, I exited the vehicle and put the cap back on.
And, where was the cap in comparison?
It's on the passenger side.
Passenger side? So let me see if it's. Okay, so state exhibit number 2. Show it to you again. Is that the gas cap you're speaking of?
Yes, it is.
So it's on the passenger side. State exhibit number 2 here. A little zoomed in, but I think we get the picture that there's the gas cap is right there. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this lady told you that the gas cap was open
yes.
and then you exited. So what did you do at that point?
Well, at that time, as I was putting on the gas cap, she did tell me that the car behind her.
Hearsay confrontation.
Sustain to hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question here. I'll ask you, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever replace that gas cap?
Yeah,
Did you
yes,
close
I
it?
closed it, yes.
And after you closed the gas cap, what were your actions right after you closed the gas cap?
Well, the car behind us, I saw a gun. So at that time, I proceeded to get back in the vehicle and told my partner, as soon as that light turns green, for us to make a right to get out of that car sway that was behind us.
Well, let me back up a little bit.
Okay.
And without telling me exactly what she said, did the lady that had mentioned the gas cap to you, did she mention something else to you?
Objection,
Yes.
hearsay confrontation.
All right, the answer is either yes or no. You're not allowed to state what a witness has said. Do you understand?
Yes,
So that question requires a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
yes,
All right,
And I think you answered the question if I'm correct, but
Yes.
did she also mention something else to you?
yes.
And can you tell the jury, like, what was her demeanor towards you when she was speaking to you about this?
Just very cautious,
Very what?
like,
Cautious?
like worried. Yes.
Okay. And then what did she say to you then?
Objection, hearsay confrontation.
all right. So can I have parties approach?
Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
After this lady talks to you, what do you do next?
I get in the car and then I told my partner once the
Objection,
light
here's
turns
a
green.
com-
That's going to be overruled. It's what he's saying.
Yes, Your Honor, but it's still he's relaying his out of court statement.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
You can answer the question.
I said once the light turns green to make a right.
All right, and the court will note for the record that that answer was previously stated.
Thank you. And then what did you notice about a vehicle behind you?
Well, I looked back. I had looked back and I saw a passenger. He had a gun. That's what I saw. And then there was a little kind of like scruffle, like if he was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
Was somebody, okay, so there's a struggle,
Yes,
and let's just break that down. Did you turn around and look, or did you look in a mirror? How did you look to the car behind you?
I turned around and looked.
And so were you in the vehicle or were you outside your vehicle when you looked?
No, I'm going to object to leading. He can just ask him in a more direct way how he approached him and what he saw.
All right, the objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
I was in the car.
And so which way, did you turn around or to your left or to your right? Do you
I
recall?
believe it was my left.
And so if it's to your left and you're sitting in the passenger side, that means are you looking through the back window of your
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes,
And so were you able to see, what were you able to see?
I saw the passenger of that vehicle fighting with somebody in the back.
And let's talk about that person in the passenger seat in the car behind you that you mentioned. Do you recall what that person, what that person looked like?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
My question was, can you describe the individual that was in the passenger seat in the car behind?
He just looked real young.
Sorry,
He was real young.
real young.
Yes, young.
Do you know what, was he white? Was he Hispanic? Was he African
Hispanic.
American?
Hispanic?
Sorry,
Hispanic?
and may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the presentation of that document unless he's laid a foundation for past recollection refresh.
I don't know if that's what he's doing because I don't know what the document is. So state you're approaching the witness. You want to mark whatever exhibit it is.
And on a previous occasion, did you have an opportunity to give a statement to the to the police department that day?
Yes, I did.
And was it typed out?
Yes,
And was it typed out by a police officer and then you read it and signed it? Is that correct?
yes,
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 5. Can you just please review that and tell me if that is the actual typewritten statement and signed by you back on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, it is.
And I know that you're nervous today. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, in this description, can you read through it? And don't read it out loud, but to yourself. And can you tell me that when you look to the back,
I'm going to object to the question. Foundation has not been laid for him to be reading his statement to answer the question.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
for time purposes,
And defense, you may move about the courtroom if you want to see what the statement is that's being shown to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was African. Yes.
now previously, I just asked if you remember the race or the of the individual that was in the back in the car behind you in the passenger seat. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you stated Hispanic.
Yes. I thought you were referring to the person in the back seat,
Oh,
not the passenger.
okay.
So that's where we got confused.
That's my bad. I apologize. So let me rephrase my question, and that helped clear it up there.
Yes.
When you looked to the back and you looked at this vehicle behind you, the front seat passenger.
Mhm.
Describe that individual to the jury.
He was African American.
And is this the individual that you stated? What would you determine his age possibly to be?
Well, he looked real young. I would say in his 20s.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Now, at any time, if you need to refresh your memory, you can refresh your memory, okay?
Okay.
That's your statement that you gave. And again, is that the statement you gave back in 2017, April 23rd?
Yes.
Now, there was a driver of the vehicle behind you, was there not?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'll
Yes.
rephrase the question. Was anybody driving the vehicle behind you?
Yes.
And so there was a driver of that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury that driver?
Female. She looked real young, blonde hair.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but did you say the color of hair?
Blonde.
Blonde. Thank you. Now, you said that in previous testimony, you said there was some type of scuffle.
Yes.
And can you tell me who could you see participating in that scuffle?
The passenger.
And that is the black or African-American man that you said was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And what could you see that individual doing?
Fighting with somebody in the back seat.
I'm sorry,
He was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
in the back seat.
Yes.
Now you named the two occupants in the front. Can you describe to the jury any occupants that were in the back seat of that vehicle?
I just know there was somebody else in the back seat. I didn't really get a description of that person.
Okay. And you see this scuffle going on. At any point, did you see anything else happening back there?
Yes. I believe the person he was fighting with did exit the vehicle. He was yelling for help.
Person that he was fighting with exit the vehicle yelling for help.
Yes.
And did you, at that time, see what that individual was yelling for help? What did he do?
He was asking for help, yelling for help, and then proceeded to jump on the hood of the car.
And now this is all behind you, right?
Yes.
So as you told the jury, you're turned around and looking this way through the window and you're watching all this
Yes.
unfold behind you at the stoplight.
Yes.
And after the individual jumps on the hood, let me ask you, do you remember if he jumped on the hood like standing or was he on all four, like on his hands and knees? Can you describe to the jury if you remember?
He was on all fours.
On all fours?
Yes.
And At any time, did the light, did the light ever turn green?
Yes,
And at that point, what did, I guess Ernest was driving the vehicle. What did he do?
he went right, as I said.
And so. So you're saying that from this position here, when the light turned green, Ernest took a right.
Yes,
And the vehicle behind you that had the individual on the hood on his hands and knees, where did it go?
it went straight.
So it would have gone straight through the light.
Yes,
And at that point, where did y'all proceed to?
we went right and then we turned into that shopping center that was right there.
The shopping center here?
Yes,
And did you ever see that black, I'm sorry, that vehicle with the individual that was on the hood? Did you see that vehicle again in this parking lot?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see that vehicle again?
yes, after it had, yes, yes.
Where did you see that vehicle at?
It came out of Chick-fil-A.
And this is, again, this is a 2025 rendition, so it has some awnings here that weren't there before. But did you see it come out of this parking lot?
Yes,
And where did it go?
it went left, once it was straight, so it went left,
Okay,
going
right here.
past, yes, yes.
And then where did it go from there? Do you recall?
It went by whatever store was right there and then it just left.
Just left.
And then it
Okay.
just left.
And so you're in this parking lot. When you're in this parking lot, did you hear anything?
Yes, we heard one gunshot.
Gunshots? And did that bring your attention to this area by Chick-fil-A?
Yes,
And that's where you just stated that you saw that black vehicle drive through the parking lot.
yes,
And if I can go back to the actual intersection again. When y'all are driving off, did you look back and see anything in the vehicle? That individual was on his hands and knees
as we drove off, yes, he was still on all fours.
on all fours. And
Yes.
did you ever see what that front seat passenger, that African-American male was doing when the individual was on the hood and he was driving?
No, not at that time.
Did you ever see anything in that black, African-American's hands?
Once we drove
Objection
off,
asked and
no.
answered. The first question was,
Overruled.
did you see him?
Hmm.
Overruled.
Oh,
If you could re-ask your question, please?
Yes, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'll ask you to review your statement.
hmm. Oh, yes. with-
Again,
with the
object to the
windshield.
lack of foundation. It's never been asked whether or not that's necessary.
All right, you can ask your question. I have no idea what the question is because no question has been asked. I don't know what's
See,
being
it's right
shown
there.
to the witness because the court hasn't received information on that.
Hmm.
I'll ask. this
Prosecutor
question.
just asking him to review, he's instructing the witness to review his statement, having laid no foundation for tendering that document for him to testify from in front of the jury. He's received no instruction about how he's to handle the exhibit while he testifies. That's continued on, and I'm just renewing that objection now that we're back to it.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Now, after reviewing this, did you ever see anything in that passenger's hand, that African-American that was sat in that front seat?
Yes, he had a gun. Yes,
Okay. And is that in your statement that you gave back in 2017?
yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4. One. Have you seen this item before?
Yes,
And can you identify anything in it?
yes, our vehicle's right there.
And that's, you said our vehicle, is that the vehicle that you testified to that you were in that day?
Yes,
And is that the vehicle that Ernest Reyes was driving?
yes,
And also you were the passenger in that vehicle.
Yes,
And is this from the day of April 23rd, 2017?
yes,
And right after you saw the black vehicle exit the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
yes.
Your Honor, State would offer State Exhibit number 4 as evidence. We'll send it to defense for any objections.
I'd just like relevance, Your Honor.
All right, state relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, it leads to their credibility that he was actually there that day and that this was actually what he just testified to, that it confirms that he's in that vehicle passing by soon thereafter of the black vehicle that, with the murder victim.
All right, could I see the state's exhibit 4, please?
I'm sorry?
Could I
State
see
exhibit number
state's
4,
exhibit
yes.
number 4?
Neither is an issue, Your Honor, and there's already an exhibit of that same vehicle in evidence. So it's cumulative and not relevant.
All right, so defense's objection to number 4 is overruled. State's exhibit number 4 will be admitted.
Yeah, publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Caballero, is this the vehicle that you just testified to that you were in?
Yes.
And where is that vehicle currently? In this photo, where is this vehicle at?
We don't have it no more.
No. Sorry,
Is that
I
what
don't
you
mean
meant?
the actual vehicle.
Oh.
In this photo, where is it located at in this parking lot? And where is it?
It was right outside of the restaurant,
Okay,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. And is this that Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes,
Okay, and this is your vehicle in the behind the Chick-fil-A. Thank you. Now, after y'all drive by, what do y'all do after you drive by, and what do you observe when you're driving by the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
well, we saw someone laying down on their driveway where the drive-thru was at.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, we went ahead and turned around, parked, and then that's when Ashley and Ro went to go see.
And went to go see the person on the ground.
Yes,
And did you ever approach?
yes.
And what did y'all do at that point?
I believe Ashley called 911.
Was there any other individuals out in that parking lot?
Yes, there was other few people there as well.
And did you ever touch the person on the ground?
No,
Did you ever try to assist in first aid?
no,
And did you view anything else on or near the person on the ground?
yes, he had weed on his side, and also it looked like there was weed shoved in his mouth.
And just to be fair, you say weed, is there another like more technical term?
Marijuana?
Marijuana. Okay,
Marijuana.
thank you. And let me ask you, did that person that's on the ground, did they ever speak to you?
No,
Did you ever see any wounds on this individual?
no,
And at any time when you were at the scene, did that individual ever get up or talk to you or talk to anybody?
no.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good.
Prior to your testimony today, have you spoken with anyone from the prosecution about your case?
No,
Okay, so the questions that were put to you, that's the first time you've spoken to a prosecutor?
oh, sorry. Yes, we have spoke before.
Okay, and in the course of those conversations, have you reviewed any documents in preparation for your testimony?
Just my statement?
Is that the document Mr. Garahan showed you a moment
Yes,
ago?
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When was the last time you reviewed this?
Today?
Okay, this morning?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, this was written on the day that you saw these events you testified to, right?
Yes,
And what you remembered back then was fresher in your memory than what you remember now, correct?
yes,
And it's fair to say in State's Exhibit 5, marked for identification, you don't mention seeing anybody on the hood of that car on all fours, right?
not on all fours, but I did mention somebody on the hood.
Yeah, you're right. You mentioned someone on the hood back on April 23rd, 2017, correct? But you don't, anywhere in your statement, say that you saw the gentleman on all fours, correct?
No,
And you spoke to police and would surprise you to learn they didn't write down anything about you seeing someone on all fours, correct?
no, because they didn't ask if he was on all fours. They just said if he was, I just said he was on the hood. If they asked if he was on all fours, then I would have said he was on all fours.
It's fairly significant, wouldn't you think? Whether he's on all fours or he's standing up on it?
Yeah, but he wasn't standing.
And you didn't see him stopping on the windshield of the car?
I didn't see the stomping, no.
But it surprised you to learn that other people in the car did?
Yeah,
Well, let's just talk a little bit about your vantage point. You said that you were in which seat of the car?
passenger,
Front passenger,
yes,
right? And there are 3 people on the back bench of the car, right?
yes,
And the person in the middle seat actually has a child on her lap, correct?
yes,
So you're looking through all of that to see this altercation, right?
yes,
You say that when you pulled back around to look at the gentleman that had fallen from the car on the pavement, that you saw marijuana in his mouth.
yes,
And you saw a bag of marijuana next to him, correct?
yes.
How large a bag?
Wasn't that big?
Okay. Size of my fist, smaller,
Maybe
larger?
a little smaller.
Little smaller than the size of a fist? Okay. You never saw anyone shoving marijuana in the man's mouth, did you?
No,
And to be fair, you didn't see him eating the marijuana, right?
no,
Sorry?
no,
Okay. But somehow marijuana was in his mouth.
yes,
Okay. Your view of the back seat of that Kia was also obstructed by the things that were between you and the back seat of that Kia, right?
yes,
You couldn't see all of the occupants fully from they were in the back seat of that car, correct?
yes,
You couldn't see all the things that they were doing, right?
yes,
And you can't say whether there was one gun or multiple guns in that car. You don't know, right?
yes, I don't know.
You recall telling a policeman that the person that you saw in the front seat might be an African American.
No, I said he was. I didn't say might.
Okay. If an officer summarized you as saying that it might have been African American, that would be the officer's mistake, not yours.
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you what I marked solely for identification as defendants number 1. And that's you here, right? Paul Caballero.
yes,
That's your date of birth right here.
yes,
Okay. And again, on this page, listing you as W1, that's Paul Caballero, that's you, right?
Yes.
And then you'll notice here, if you could just read to yourself this sentence in parentheses.
Mhm.
Let me know when you finish reading it,
This one?
starting at that word and then reading this sentence, in particular emphasis on that portion.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. And
Your
again,
Honor, I'm gonna object at this point to hearsay and lack of foundation.
I haven't asked the question.
All right, so I don't know what defense exhibit number 1 is.
It's a report that was generated summarizing the statements of Mr. Paul Caballero. I'm
All right.
showing it to him to see if he is going to accept and adopt the statement that's made or whether he's going to reject it.
And Judge, not to this, he did not write this report.
All right, if I could see defense exhibit number 1, please. And if I could have parties approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a brief break. These are my rules, follow my rules. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard so far in this case. You're not allowed to discuss it amongst yourself. You're not allowed to start deliberating about this case internally on what you've heard. You're not allowed to watch anything, view anything, or do any investigation. Everything that you need to know about this case is to be presented to you inside this courtroom. Does everyone understand? So I'm going to give you all a break and I'm going to have you all back here at 3:50. That'll give everyone a chance to have a break, all right? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, defense, you may proceed.
Mr. Caballero, just to be clear, do you recall on the 23rd of April 2017 telling someone from law enforcement that it was a possible African American?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if someone noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to a couple of other things. We discussed the fact that you were looking backwards through someone seated in the middle back passenger seat of your car and a child on their lap, right?
Yes.
And that you were looking at the car directly behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so from that vantage point, obviously the people in your own car are going to be blocking some of the things you'd otherwise have been able to see. You'd agree with that?
No, because it wasn't that much of a blockage. Actually, it's real short. So when it comes to the back seat of my window, it was as clear.
Okay.
Like I can see.
But you would agree that there are some things you just don't know, like whether
Yes.
there was one gun or many guns, for
Yes.
example,
Yes.
how the marijuana got in the man's mouth or on his person.
Yes.
You just don't know those things.
Don't know.
Whether, and you don't know whether those could have been seen at a different vantage point or they just weren't knowable by anybody, right? Let me rephrase the question. Let me back up. You also were outside of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you were fixing the gas cap, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you saw the gun.
Yes.
And when the prosecutor asked you at the very beginning, what was the thing that you saw? The first thing out of your mouth was a gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say the gun's the most significant thing you saw about the whole encounter.
Yes.
Okay. You said that that gun was silver, right?
Yes.
You said that the individual that you saw in the front seat had short hair, very short hair, correct? Would you
Yes.
refresh your recollection to recall your statement that you adopted on the 23rd of April, 2027?
Yes.
Or 17?
Yes.
Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you review it to yourself briefly and tell me if you noted the length of the hair of the person you saw?
Mhm. Real short hair.
That you told the officer real short hair.
Yes.
Okay. And again, in that same document, you never notated that you never said anything there about being on all fours when the man
No.
was on the hood, right?
No.
And you said that no one asked you that question, right?
Yes, I just said he was on the hood of the car.
And to
I
be fair,
didn't- Mhm.
you didn't tell them at the time, no, go back and rewrite the statement. He was on all fours. You didn't do that
No.
at the time.
No.
You didn't describe anybody as being Hispanic or Mexican, correct?
Yeah, the person in the backseat was Hispanic.
Okay. But you did indicate in your statement that date that you could not see who was in the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see a backpack, for example.
No, I didn't see a backpack.
You didn't see anybody struggling over some kind of an object like a bag or a backpack, did you?
No, I just saw the scruffle in the back.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
not allowed to view anything. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Remember to leave the mic. All right, thank you so much. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Ernest Reyes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Could you raise your right hand for me?
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If you'll
Okay.
state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Hello, I'm Ernest Reyes, Reyes.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, good voice. You have a voice that travels, so I appreciate
Oh,
that.
thank
So
you.
if you don't mind, keep that up, all right? Sir, I'm gonna go ahead and jump right in and ask you, on April 23rd, 2017, were you traveling with some family and friends?
Yes, correct.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I can tell you is usually when people testify, they don't have masks on, but one of the witnesses, is ill and has some illness. So everyone is just trying to make sure that they're protected against any illness they may have. So that is why. And the first witness, the reason why I asked her to lower her mask because everybody was having difficulty hearing her. But since this witness, no one has informed me that they're having trouble hearing them, I'm allowing them to keep their mask on, and neither the state nor the defense have any objection to their wearing their mask. But that is why you've seen witnesses with masks on, because they're ill, they have some sort of cough. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the last question you're about to answer is, you're on April 23rd, 2017, you were in a vehicle with some family and friends. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you don't mind panning you over to exhibit number 3 that's on the monitor there. Did you end up at that intersection of McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, yes, correct.
And on that particular day, who was driving the vehicle?
It was me.
It was you?
Yeah.
And when you're driving the vehicle, are you the one that was driving on this particular time when you came up to the red light at that intersection?
Yes, correct.
And did you stop the vehicle?
Yes. Came to a complete stop at the red light.
And your vehicle in relation to other vehicles, were there any vehicles around yours?
Yes, one completely in front of me and one directly in back of me.
And at some point during this stop at the light, did your attention get brought to the vehicle behind you?
Yes.
And you recall what type of vehicle that was behind you?
I don't know the make or the model, but I do know it was dark black vehicle.
Okay. And what brought your attention to that vehicle behind you?
A person that was in the vehicle with me was notified that
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. some point you looked at the vehicle behind you. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
How did you look at that vehicle behind you?
Directly through my rear view mirror.
Did you use any other mirrors or devices to look at that vehicle behind you?
I would switch from my rear view, from the side mirrors. But it was mainly through the rear view.
I'm gonna show you what state exhibit number 1. Is that the vehicle that you were traveling in that day?
Yeah, that's correct.
And who is that driving the vehicle?
Oh, that's me.
That is you?
Yeah.
And who is this in the back?
That is my mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on state exhibit number 2. Show you that one also. Is that the same vehicle?
Yeah, correct.
And can you see individuals that are in the back seat?
Yes, that's my niece and her husband and her child, her kid.
Okay, and just the names of those individuals that were in the back?
Ashley and Raul.
Okay, and then who is this individual standing here?
That's my partner, Paul Anthony.
Paul Anthony,
Yeah.
what do you call him?
I call him Anthony, but his family calls him Paul.
And was that the individual that just testified today?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So you just testified that your attention was brought to that vehicle somehow, and while you're looking at and through the mirrors of your vehicle, what did you observe?
Yes, it was a clear view. Right away I saw a passenger waving a pistol, a firearm. Directing his attention to the back seat of the car. Because there was an altercation and I'm not sure what was a struggle in the back seat.
Okay, and so let me ask you, you observed this through the mirror.
Yeah, that's correct.
This is not something that you learned from somebody else.
Oh, no.
This is something that you directly saw looking through the mirror.
Yeah, correct.
And what time of day was this? Well, do you remember what time of day?
So once sun was out, it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, so it was daylight.
Yeah,
So it wasn't like a nighttime thing where you couldn't see very well.
no.
And so when you're looking, you said you saw the passenger, and which passenger in that vehicle in the back? Was it a backseat passenger or a front seat passenger that you saw with a gun?
A front seat passenger.
And can you give any description of that front seat passenger?
Not a direct, I couldn't point out facial hair, tattoos, or piercings or anything, but he was just a black male.
Black male?
Yeah.
And obviously you just stated, and I'll just need to ask, could you even tell the age? If you can.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And when you're observing this front seat passenger, black male with the gun, you said he was, what was he doing? How was if he's in the passenger seat up there,
Yeah.
and Your Honor, may I just stand here and
Yes.
demonstrate to the jury, if you're that black male with the gun and there's a driver, is that correct?
Yeah, that was a female driver.
A female driver?
Yeah.
And so that I'd be right next to you. So if I'm that female driver and you're that black male with the gun,
Mm-hmm.
do you remember which hand he was using, or if you recall?
Right.
His right hand?
Yeah.
Show the jury what that black male with the gun was doing.
Initially I saw, what I did see, he was reaching over like to the back, swinging it and like trying to intimidate somebody that was back there that they were trying to get a control over or something. I'm not sure.
So in the back seat.
In the back seat, yeah.
And so you're saying swing, was the person leaning or was he turned around? How was that individual?
The gun was in his right hand and he was just reaching over, like, you know.
And could you tell if it was passengers in the back seat?
I believe I saw 2 individuals. There might have been 3. But yeah,
There was individuals in the back.
yeah, correct.
And you just stated at least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And did you see any other individual in that car with a gun?
No, no. Swing.
I guess to be fair, you couldn't really see all those passengers in the back seat, so you don't know for certain if somebody may or may not have had a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you see this, I guess, what you described as intimidating or with that gun in the back, towards the back seat, what happened at that time? How long did, well, I'm sorry, let me retract that question. Do you recall how long that interaction happened? Was it?
It seemed to be like quick. Everything happened so fast. I was focused on the light changing. My attention was fixed on the back, the car behind us. So, just a lot of emotions going on. It was quick.
Okay. And so it was pretty quick, you say, and then anything of significance happened after you viewed that?
I just seen them to look like to be beating on the person in the back seat. I don't know if he was forced out or pushed out or with me or what, but at that point, he did end up on the access road on the side, on the outside of the car.
Okay.
Just yelling, saying, just give me my things, give me my
Objection,
things.
hearsay, confrontation.
All right,
This is excited utterance at this point.
all right, then, counsel,
Foundation.
if you lay the foundation for excited utterance, and then defense, you can make your objection and the
Thank you.
court will make a ruling.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Reyes, when this individual was yelling just words, was he calm or what was his demeanor?
No, he was in a panic mode. He was just infuriated. Like had a lot of adrenaline.
Was he yelling or was he just saying things like I'm saying now? Was he saying it like that or was his voice elevated?
I don't know, elevated yelling. Wanting his things back, just saying, give me my thing, give me my thing.
And did he say anything else?
Not at that moment until I saw what happened next.
Okay, well, tell the jury what happened next.
At that point, the light did finally turn green. So the car in front of me did move up and I did get the chance to turn at that light. And at that moment, I was still looking through the rear view. And then even on my side window, my side mirror, because at that point he was on the street. And that's when he went in front of the car and he jumped onto the car. And at that point, it was their time to, take off. And that's when the driver sped off. So as I turned on, I believe it was McCullough Street. That right. He was yelling and screaming as he was on the hood, just saying, help, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew the objection, and while I recognize the court has asked the prosecutor to lay a foundation for excited utterance, that only would resolve the hearsay component. The confrontation component is not satisfied purely by the fact that it's an excited utterance. That is not a Michigan v. Bryant exception, and I would object under confrontation clause independent of my hearsay objection.
All right. State, until the foundation is laid as to who the person is, their identification, their objection is going to be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard all the testimony about what the man said on the hood of the car.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're disregards the statement that is attributed to the person who was on the hood of the vehicle.
And motion for mistrial.
Denied.
This person that was on the hood, let's go back to when I believe you used the terminology sped off.
Yeah, correct.
That individual was on the hood at that time?
Yeah, correct.
Do you recall if the end of, how fast would you say, how did the vehicle take off? Did it just take off really fast, or did it just sort of glide out of that intersection?
I would say glide and pick up speed.
Was the individual standing on the hood, or how were they on the hood?
No, at that moment, he was holding on to not lose his balance or fall off the side. So he was holding on to the, I guess where the windshield is at.
Mhm.
He was holding-
He was holding on, okay. And so now, when you take a right on McCullough, where do you go from there?
Um, I continue straight and then there's like a shopping center.
Mhm.
And then I take a quick left into the shopping parking lot.
And that's a quick left, and that would be, took a right on McCullough, and then you took a left into this parking lot here.
Yeah, correct.
And then at that point, when you're in this parking lot, where did you drive to?
Well, on McCullough, I was taking my time, I was driving slow because I was trying to get the name of the streets and inform like the officers, because I believe my niece was on the phone with the police at that time, so I was trying to get the street name because I didn't know. I'm not from that area, so.
Mhm.
As soon as I got onto the shopping mall parking lot, I just continued straight back.
Okay. And so you just sort of drove through the parking lot?
Yeah, correct.
Did you ever observe or see this vehicle, the dark or black vehicle with the individual on the hood?
Yeah, something. As I was on McCullough.
And let me bring up exhibit number 3 so you can point it out there, and then I'll point here.
Yeah, as I was on, when I took that right, I was still looking over my shoulder, like to see, because they continued straight
They continue straight on the access road?
on the access road.
Okay.
So as I was, I was driving like slow, because, like I said, I was trying to get the street name.
Mhm.
I was looking over my shoulder to see like I initially thought they just went all the way straight and continued straight. But as soon as we got in the parking lot,
Mhm.
then I noticed like a little further up that I saw the black car speeding around one of the establishments, like I think it was another building around there.
Okay. And do you see that building, on the map here?
It was like after around here Chick-fil-A,
Okay.
they sped in that direction.
And this direction?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, opposing state exhibit number 3 pointed out that the vehicle, that black vehicle was speeding off this way. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4 has been entered into evidence. Can you identify that vehicle that's in that photo?
Yeah, that's my vehicle.
That's your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is the vehicle, this is behind the Chick-fil-A, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
That's state exhibit number 4. And did you hear anything when you were in that parking lot?
Yeah, as soon as I got onto the parking lot, I heard a shot. Could have been 2 shots, but I know I heard a gunshot.
You heard gunshot or gunshots?
I would say gunshot.
Okay. And did y'all ever stop?
After I initially went around the parking lot, I think I took a little circle around, that's when we saw the victim on the parking lot of Chick-fil-A. So I did pull over, and then my family members ran to give them aid to see if they needed help.
Now, this person that you classified as a victim that's on the ground, is that the same individual that you had seen on that hood of that vehicle?
Yeah, correct.
And so is that the individual that was yelling at that intersection? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And was it also that same individual that was yelling on the hood as it sped off?
Yeah, correct.
And what did that individual say?
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
This time we have.
Is that an answer?
All right, so
That's an answer.
everyone, you can remain seated when you make your objections. That makes it easy for the court reporter to hear. And defense, what is your objection?
Well, same objection as before, Your Honor, and I don't think they've laid any additional foundation for what the court has indicated as concern.
All right, and state,
State with the argument, one, he's been identified. Two, it is the individual that's deceased. And three, it's a dying declaration. This is an individual that is actually subsequently dies in that parking lot. Your
all
Honor.
right, with regards to dying declaration,
Yes, Your Honor, dying declaration is also not an exception to confrontation. There's an additional finding that the court would need to make, and if that kind of an issue needs to be addressed, I would request that we have a hearing outside the presence.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can step outside for a moment, please. Remember my previous instructions.
Rise for retreat.
Everyone, please be seated. Oh, please be seated. Yes. Oh, no, I was talking to co-counsel. Yes,
Your Honor, the issue is not dying declaration. The issue is whether or not there's forfeiture by wrongdoing, which would require the court to conduct an inquiry into whether or not it's the actual conduct of the defendant that has procured the result. And frankly, I think that that's an inappropriate finding to be made in a murder trial when that is the solely
the finding I
contested
make
issue.
will be the finding I make. So
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think it would be essentially the court making an ultimate ruling as to the guilt or the innocence of the accused.
no, I don't see it that way, but this is what I will tell everyone. Everyone, just make your objections and I will make my ruling, and my ruling will be my ruling. So
my
your answer to the state saying that it's a dying declaration, what is your response, counsel?
Dying declaration is not an exception to the confrontation clause.
All right, and then they also said it was an excited utterance.
Also, that is not an exception to the confrontation clause. I know of no judicial authority that says otherwise.
All right, state.
Your Honor, the dying declaration is an exception. That it's not infringe upon the defendant's right of confrontation. But either Texas or the U.S. Constitution under Gardner v. State 306 Southwest 3rd 274 and Green v. State 840 Southwest 2nd 394.
I don't know what those opinions say. I'd like it sounds like they may be pre-Crawford as well, which is a concern.
Well, we say things sound like something. The question is it? So if you all want to look up the case law that the state has provided, you're more than welcome to look that up now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, how
All right.
long of a recess can I have?
All right, you all can do it right now. Does everybody have Wi-Fi and connection to a
I
computer?
have my computer set up. My co-counsel does. If I can get those sites again.
All right, so Cindy, do you need a break? All right, they're gonna look up some case law. You can step down, but remember, these are the instructions. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or to view anything. So don't do any of that, all right? Because the rule has been invoked. All right, thank you. If you'll just wait in the waiting area, if you were in the waiting area.
Can Jason, the sites?
You ready?
Yeah.
Yep. 306 Southwest 3rd 274 and 840 Southwest 2nd 394.
take in turn some of the things the prosecution has thrown out here.
Yes.
The first thing is, I don't think that they've met the foundation for a dying declaration, which is 804A, I'm sorry, B2, statement under the belief of imminent death. The statement that the declarant, while believing the declarant's death to be imminent, made about the cause or the circumstances. The statement that's been offered by the witness is not about the cause of his death. He has not been mortally wounded. He has jumped on the hood of the car himself voluntarily. And what's being testified to is that he was calling for help and then some apparently also asking for assistance in recovering his property.
Okay.
So I don't think that it meets that exception. Also, if for whatever reason he's trying to suggest dying declaration as a backdoor to the idea of forfeiture by wrongdoing, I'd call the court's attention to Giles versus California, 554 United States, 553 from 2008, where the court said it's not sufficient that the declarant is being killed by the defendant. It must be demonstrated that the defendant killed the declarant to secure his unavailability at trial. In other words, to prevent his testimony with that specific intent. So I don't think that it meets a forfeiture by wrongdoing exception either. I think based on those issues, there is no way to end around the confrontation clause exception to this. Not to mention the fact that under Rule 403, Your Honor, for a balancing test purpose, the prejudicial effect of this is extreme because it goes directly to the striking core issue of the case, which is the robbery. And there are several reasons to doubt its reliability. Talking about an event that's occurring where distances are changing as the cars are moving, one car is driving away. This is something that other individuals who are in the same vehicle as this particular witness have not testified to in their testimony, which is suspicious in its own right. And it has to be weighed against its tendency to confuse and mislead the jury under all those circumstances. So for 403 and the hearsay rules, 803 and 804, we would submit it. It shouldn't be admitted evidentiary wise, but first and foremost, there's the Crawford confrontation concern because we don't believe they've met those exceptions.
All right, thank you. The court is doing a balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. Defense's objection is overruled. Let's bring the witness back in. And if you could line the jurors up, please.
That's a 403. They're not confusing them.
They don't make you write the brief on appeal. Actually, they don't make you write the brief on appeal. That's what I have to do. Yeah.
You ready?
All right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. State you may continue at your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Mr. Reyes, I believe I was asking you what this person you indicated as the victim that was on the ground back at the intersection when he was first had gotten out of that vehicle, when he was outside the vehicle, what was he saying at that point, and what or yelling at that point?
He was saying, give me my things. Just give me my things, just give me my things.
And
He wanted his property back, whatever it was.
and was he saying it, where was he directing that to?
The people in the vehicle.
And then as you testified earlier, he jumped on the hood of that vehicle,
Yes, sir.
and then as it sped away, when he was holding on, what was he saying then?
That's when I guess. That's when he was saying, the screaming, help me, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
Thank you, sir. We'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. So you observed this first because of what someone else told you. It didn't key in on your eyesight originally, right?
We were notified.
Without going into what you were told, did somebody else call your attention to it, or did you see it first?
No, we were notified to be watch out or be careful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive, hearsay.
Sustained.
confrontation. If court could just instruct him to answer my question, did someone else point it out to him, or did he see it first?
All right.
They pointed it out to me.
Okay, and then you saw it in the rear view mirror?
Yeah, that's
Was-
fine.
Was it your side rear view mirror, or was it your rear view mirror in the passenger compartment of your car?
The top rear mirror.
Okay, and so looking back there, you also saw the people that were in the back seat of your car, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and so you said that you saw someone in the front seat, and then you made a motion like this. Do you recall doing that with Mr. Garahan a moment ago?
Yeah, sure.
They were holding a gun, you saw a gun, and they made a motion like that.
Yeah, that's when I saw the pistol.
Okay.
Because he was what, they were waving it around like.
So help me, just for the sake of the record, this and that don't really come across very well for the court reporter. So just tell me if you disagree with this description of what you did. You're holding your hand like you were holding a gun in your right hand. And you made a motion where you sort of brought that arm up and your hand sort of landed on your shoulder as though you were going to toss the gun behind your back. That's kind of what it looked like as you were doing it. Do you agree with that's what you were
no.
trying to do?
No.
Okay.
The person in the passenger side, like reached over with the gun. He didn't. He turned his body. He fully turned his body, and he was like waving the pistol to the back.
Was he wearing a seatbelt?
I assume no, because he was.
You assume no? Is that what you said? If you, I don't want you to answer a question if you don't know the answer. Yes or no? Do you know whether he was wearing a seatbelt?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
No.
Okay. Now, this was what, 7.5 years ago?
Correct.
And out of curiosity, have you spoken with the prosecutors at any point in getting ready for this trial since this incident happened?
Initially, when they called me in,
When was that?
saying, to be here, I went over.
When did they call you?
I believe I'm not sure the exact date, but it was about 3 weeks ago, I believe.
Okay. Did you come physically into the courthouse or to the DA's office to meet with them?
Yeah.
And did they show you anything?
They showed photos and the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you listened to your audio recorded statement?
From the police,
I mean, did you listen to did you read or listen to anything that were your words?
yes, correct, from the police officer.
Okay, did you read or listen to anything that wasn't your words?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to this issue with the motion that he made and the motion that you were gesturing to the jury. Okay, you say his seatbelt was on. So in terms of the torso of his body, was his belly
Judge,
button?
I'm just gonna object that mischaracterization of the testimony given.
All right, if you can ask your question.
Did you testify that the seatbelt was on a moment ago?
I would say it was off.
Okay, the seatbelt was off.
Off, yeah, correct.
Okay. Was his belly button facing towards your car, or was it facing the other direction, towards the back seat?
To the side,
So the belly button would have been facing the driver?
I would assume, because he was,
I don't want you to assume. You
Yeah,
saw it, we
sure,
didn't.
yeah.
So help me understand. You know, when I say the belly button, I want to understand where is this man's torso that you're observing? If Mr. Goldstein here is the driver of a car and I am the passenger in the front passenger seat of that car, and I'm looking at your car, and you're saying that the person you saw in this seat is having a fight with someone in the back seat, right?
Yes, no, his torso, his belly button, as you're saying, was faced to the driver.
Okay, so he's faced like this, and his neck is craned this way, so that,
Not all the way completely like that.
okay.
Yeah.
Is he attacking the man in the seat behind the driver? Is he attacking the man in the middle seat? Is he attacking the man behind his seat?
The middle seat,
Is he attacking the man in the middle seat?
correct,
Okay, with his right hand or his left?
is right.
Okay, so he's got a gun in that hand, right?
Correct,
Okay, so he's attacking with the same hand as the gun,
correct,
and he's using the gun as as a bludgeon, right? Like as a club.
correct,
He's not trying to shoot somebody with it, but you can tell he's using it to hit somebody with.
correct.
Okay, and so you're saying that this is how you saw it, striking across his body.
You could say, yeah.
Okay. What color was the gun?
I don't know my gun type, I don't own a firearm.
I just want to know what color it was.
It was black,
It's a black gun.
Yeah.
What color, I'm sorry, what kind of hair was he displaying? What was it, long? Was it short?
what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, like my hair's kind of longer than yours, right?
I couldn't give you a full description of the person, like I said before. Like, I didn't know if they had piercings, tattoos, long hair, short hair.
The gun was
I just
something,
know- Yeah, I just know he was a black male and the passenger.
okay. Fair to say the gun probably plays a bigger role in your memory than what his face looked like.
I was fixed on everything going on. I was fixed on everything that was going on. So I was not just fixed on him. I was
The whole situation,
exactly.
okay? You don't remember if there were 2 or 3 people in the back seat, correct?
On those two, but it could have been 3.
Okay. You don't know if there were any other guns in the car or not. You didn't see any,
No,
but you're not saying that there couldn't have been, right?
correct.
Did you see anyone struggling over any belongings, a bag, a backpack, anything like that?
Yes, the individual in the back seat.
Okay, you never told the police that though, did you?
I am not sure.
Okay,
Not sure. I'm not sure it's been so like long ago. Like,
well, you said 3 weeks ago you reviewed your video, right?
yeah,
That
correct.
wasn't so long ago, was it?
But as I go along, like the memory comes back.
Oh, okay. We're not talking about that question. What I'm asking you is, when you spoke to the police officers in 2017, your memory was fresher then than it is now, right?
Yeah, of course.
Did you tell the police at that time that you saw a struggle over a bag?
I didn't say a bag. I said it was struggle in the back seat. I didn't say a bag.
Okay, that's what I'm asking is like, did you see contents of a bag?
Oh,
Okay. And fair to say, because of the way his body is turned, you're not looking at his face head on the way that you and I are looking at each other, right?
correct.
You're looking at him in profile.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Did you talk to the prosecutors about a bag?
No,
Now, to be clear, you did not see him get shot, correct?
yeah, that's correct. I did it.
You all were way past the Chick-fil-A in the parking lot of the other businesses in that strip mall when you heard the gunshot.
Yeah, I was making my way into the parking lot when we heard the shot.
And you and the other people in your car talked about what each of you saw before you spoke with police, right?
No, I mean, I gave my personal, what I saw and heard, that's what I gave.
Did you speak with Mr. Caballero about what you saw before the police arrived?
We talked about what had occurred that day, but.
That's what I'm asking. Did you and the other people in your car that day
Oh, yeah,
talk
sure.
about what you saw before
Yeah,
you
sure.
spoke to police?
Yeah,
Okay. So some of what you have testified to today may be, your memory may be impacted by what other people say they saw. Would that be fair?
not quite, I mean, I'm telling you what I've seen and I heard that day.
Well, have you ever played the game of telephone? Do you know what that game's like or how you play it?
No,
Have you ever played a game where somebody whispers something in somebody's ear and then they whisper it in somebody else's ear and it passes around and then you finally get to hear what it comes back through after it goes through 4 or 5 people?
Judge, I'm just gonna argue relevance.
Sustained.
All right, I'll rephrase it. Everybody in that car had a slightly different angle on what they saw, right? Because they're sitting in different places.
yeah, sure,
Okay. And so you don't know exactly what, for instance, Ashley saw or what Mr. Caballero saw that maybe you did see or maybe you didn't see, right?
yeah,
And you don't know what they heard or didn't hear
yeah.
comparatively, right?
Sure,
What you do know is that all of you talked about what each of you saw and heard after the fact, right?
correct,
Okay. And there were 3 adults and 1 child in the back seat of the car?
correct.
Okay. Did you get a sense of we're talking about the people in the back seat of the car. You said that the woman who was driving the car was white. You said the man in the front passenger seat was black. What about the racial makeup of the people in the back seat of the car? Did you get to see any of that?
Yeah, the only person I did see or could see in the back seat was the one sitting right directly in the middle, which was the victim, the Hispanic individual. He was the one sitting in the middle.
Pass the witness.
State.
No question, John.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense.
The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or watch anything while the trial is proceeding. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Be sure to leave the microphone behind.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
He calls Elaine Hester Rogers.
You see that little this thing right here?
Yeah.
You grab that and just put it on the lapel of your shirt. That's for the court reporter to be able to hear you. And then this is a microphone for all the courtroom. If you just speak into that, please, okay?
Okay.
Yes. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. And if you could state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Hester E. Rogers. My last name is spelled Rogers.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Ms. Rogers, how old are you currently?
I will be 58 this July.
And where were you born?
I was born in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Okay. And do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
No, ma'am. I currently reside in Crescent Valley, Nevada.
Okay. And did you used to live in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, about how long did you live in San Antonio, Texas?
It varies. Throughout my whole life, I have moved down here. It's been 5 years or more each time that I lived in San Antonio though.
Okay, now I want to talk to you about April 23rd, 2017. So we've spoken about the case via Zoom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when I spoke with you, you had a chance to review a statement that you gave to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and regarding that statement, that was, I guess, you were taken down to the police station on that day, April 23rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you met with a detective on that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that detective typed out your statement for you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you relayed the information to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that was completed, did you have a chance to review the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And, you know, there's been some mention, I mean, this happened back in 2017, so would this statement help refresh your memory at any given point if you needed to refer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6 for identification purposes to defense?
Your Honor, our objection would just be that there's been no foundation that she lacks that memory.
It's
All right. That's going to be overruled.
all right. Now I want to talk to you about the day, April 23rd, 2017. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
Yes, ma'am. I had actually been homeless at that time, and I was out flying a sign at McCullough and 410 Access to get money to try to have a place to stay that night. I just was standing at a bus stop waiting when I seen this whole thing go down.
And was that bus stop located at McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point while you were standing there at the bus stop, did a car get your attention?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. A car did get my attention. Actually, 2 cars that day got my attention.
Okay, so the first
Another car had the gas cap open, and I just told them so they could shut it. But the second car was what really got my attention.
Okay, so that first car, you said the gas cap was open, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so you notified them of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that, can you tell me more about the second car and why that car caught your attention?
Well, I happened to notice a bite in the car. You know, the front passenger was turned around and was biting somebody in the back seat, and I didn't know who it was. And then the passenger in the back seat jumped out and screamed help and was yanked back in the car. That really got my attention. It's like, wait a minute, somebody needs help here.
Okay, and regarding that vehicle that the fight was going on in, do you recall what color the vehicle was?
I believe it was black at the time.
Okay, and so do you know what the driver of that vehicle looked like?
She was a Hispanic female, and her hair was dyed blonde. At the time, I believe I saw her wear a white shirt.
Okay, and regarding that front passenger of that black motor vehicle, do you recall what he looked like at all?
I knew he was about a medium skinned black guy that had about a 2-inch afro, and there was like a little blonde streak in his afro. He was brandishing a firearm at the time.
Okay, and so you observed this front passenger with a firearm in his hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that he was brandishing the firearm, can you kind of explain that to me? How was he doing that?
When he was turned around fighting whoever in the back seat, I could see him holding the gun up like this. And that's how I noticed he had a gun in his hand. I seen it through the windshield.
Okay, and in your demonstration, you're using your right hand, is that the hand that the person was using to hold
Yes,
the
ma'am.
firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that their front passenger was fighting with someone in the back seat, can you kind of describe the motions that you were observing in that motor vehicle?
It was, they were swinging their arm,
Okay,
you know, and then they were holding the gun up.
okay. And then you said that you heard the person in the back seat yell help, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection
Um,
leading, Your Honor, that, I believe that
All
was.
right, with regards to leading, that'll be sustained.
Move to instruct the jury to disregard the question and the answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the question and answer for that
Motion
last
for-
question and answer.
Motion for mistrial, Your Honor.
Denied.
Okay, and so when you were standing at the bus stop and you're observing this, what you've described as fight going on, did you hear anything from the person in the back seat?
When he jumped out the car the first time, he said, help.
Objection,
me."
hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that's overruled.
Okay, so he said help. Is that-
Yes.
Okay. And after that, what did the person that exited the vehicle, do you remember what he looked like at all, the person that exited the back seat?
Just a Hispanic male.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure on details of features, but
And that's
I
fine.
do remember him being a young Hispanic male.
Okay, and so when that person exits the motor vehicle, what does he do after he's yelling for help?
The second time he jumped out, it looked like he was trying to run away. And it looked like he had come from that back to go around the front of the car. At the time, the light turned green and the girl hit the gas pedal and he wound up on the hood of the car.
Okay, do you remember how he was positioned on the hood of the car? If you can't recall, that's fine.
I'm not quite sure. I don't want to state something that may be wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so when that individual, that Hispanic male was yelling for help, did anyone help him?
No, because nobody really saw but me.
Oh, okay. And once he ended up on the hood of the car, were you able to
Just one
see-
moment. Jurors, do y'all need a break? Anyone? All right, could I have attorney's approach?
So were you able to see where that black motor vehicle went after the light turns green and that Hispanic male is on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am. It pulled into a parking lot that Chick-fil-A was in.
Okay. And so once you see that black motor vehicle turn off into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, did you hear anything at that point?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I heard 2 gunshots.
Okay. And just to be clear, you know, from where you were standing at that bus stop at the intersection, you were not able to observe the shooting, is that correct?
No, ma'am. There's a wall that was there.
Okay. And that day, did you make contact with police on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's what we talked about earlier, right? That you made contact with police on that day, you were given a ride downtown and you told them what you observed on that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the age of the driver and the passenger?
All of them looked kind of young, at least between 18 and 21. They were really young.
All right, we pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers. How are you?
Okay, and how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just have a few questions for you. You had just found a moment ago that nobody really saw what was going on but you. Do you recall explaining that to the prosecutor?
Yes, the reason why I thought that was because I was right there in front of the vehicle. I was like maybe 20, 25 feet from the vehicle, and everybody else that witnessed it, besides the cars around them, were over in a hotel parking lot at least. I can't even guesstimate further than 100 feet from the vehicle.
Fair to say you didn't see anybody from any other vehicle come to their aid.
No,
You mentioned that you saw another vehicle that day that had a gas cap that was open.
yes, sir.
Did you notice the demeanor or the behavior of the people in that vehicle with the gas cap?
No,
Okay,
I didn't pay attention. I just let them know that
okay. You said that there were two Hispanic males in the back seat?
I believe so.
Okay. And just to be clear, you described the individual that you saw in the front seat as having an afro about 2 inches in length, right?
Yes,
And there was a white or blonde streak on the left side of the man's head?
yes,
Okay. I just want to, for vantage point's sake, are you, you're on the curb of the curb that would be next to the access road, right?
yes, sir. I was actually at the bus stop right there.
Okay.
Because once you pass the light, you go up the access road. So I was right there at the bus stop.
Okay. And so from that point, you said you were flying your sign. Is that on the passenger side of this vehicle or the driver's side of this vehicle?
On passenger side.
Okay. So let's just say that I'm sitting at that bus stop and I'm observing this. Is the passenger's side car door, the front passenger side car door directly in front of your field of view, or is it slightly off to this side or this side?
I would say it was slightly off to this side.
To the left.
Yes.
Okay. So
I was standing there able to face it, but it was one car back from where I was at.
one car back from where you were
Yes.
at. So would you say that what you were observing, you were looking at through the front windshield of that car or the side
The
windshield?
front windshield.
Okay. And again, you said a blonde or white streak in the man's hair.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also indicated that the man was holding a gun and you made a gesture, but I just want to get a sense, where was the gun barrel pointed when you saw the man holding the gun?
Straight up.
Straight up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see it pointed at anyone in the car?
Not in the car. Outside the car, he pointed it at the guy, but not in the car.
Okay. And when you indicated that there was, fighting and swinging of arms, you made a gesture that looked to me like maybe you were indicating that a different arm was used for the punch or the swinging
Yes.
with the gun. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't think the gun was being held in the hand that was doing the swinging?
No.
Okay. You indicated that the gun was gunmetal gray?
That I remember.
Okay.
Yes.
And you believed it was a 9mm?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any experience with firearms?
Not really, my brother owned a 45. My cousin owned a 40. I mean, not really, just what I've seen they have.
Okay, and based on that, just sort of anecdotal experience, it didn't look like a 45 or a 40 to you, it looked like a
No.
9.
Yes,
Okay. So you know enough to know what a 9mm is.
yes.
Okay. I noticed that you're wearing glasses today.
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing glasses on that day as well?
Or did you?
I believe I was. I've been wearing glasses for a long time, since my forties.
Pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor, and used by state.
Accused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until these proceedings have ended. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you'll remove the microphone and you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, yes, if that one is over.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Lasagna Robinson.
Did Lasagna Robinson.
Correct.
It's just the mic needs to speak.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Lasagna Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Robinson, will you let the jury know how you're presently employed?
As a paralegal / custodian of records for SAPD Communications.
Okay, when you say SAPD, is that San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and as a custodian of records with the San Antonio Police Department, can you explain to the jury your duties in that role?
Yes, that's to maintain and maintenance the records, to pull upon request and to retrieve and send as requested.
And is that 911 calls?
911 calls, yes.
Okay, and so you maintain the 911 calls for SAPD, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just briefly explain to the jury how these 911 calls are kept?
They are stored on a digital database, and they're kept on that database until it's time for us to, until we get a request to retrieve them or send them out, and then they're uploaded into another database.
Okay, and are these calls maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
All right. And when somebody calls 911, is there any documentation that's generated when that call is created?
Yes, it's called an incident detail report.
Okay. And the devices that you were saying, are those digital devices where they're stored?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention now to April 23rd of 2017. Do you know if SAPD received any emergency calls that they associated with SAPD incident number SAPD 2017-04-24102?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the total amount, or did SAPD receive 3 calls?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 7, 8, and 9. Do you know what is contained on State's Exhibits 7, 8, and 9?
The 3 audio 911 audio calls that came in.
All right, and have you reviewed these discs?
I have.
Okay, so you've reviewed States 7, States 8, and States 9?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at States Exhibit 7 through 9 inclusive, do they all contain an identifying mark on there?
Yes.
And is that how you're able to realize that you've listened to States 7 through 9 inclusive?
Yes,
Okay. And just starting, well, have you listened to states exhibits 7 through 9 inclusive?
yes, I have.
All right. And specifically regarding states exhibit number 7, can you identify who the call taker is on that call?
Yes, his name is Xavier.
Okay. And do you know who made that call?
Her name was Anna.
Okay. And she was or she was a refused caller, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. On state 7, who was the
Okay.
caller?
So I have the 3 calls written down. I don't know what order you have yours in.
Okay. If you want
Is
to,
this the first?
if you just want to take a look, so states exhibit number 7 is,
Okay.
you've listened to it, correct? All right. And so who was the caller on that?
She refused to give her name.
Okay, thank you. And regarding states exhibit number 8, who was the caller on that one?
Elizabeth.
Okay, and regarding states exhibit number 9, who was the caller on that one? You.
Anna.
Okay, and states number 9 on the call where Anna is the person that called in, who was the call taker on that one?
Xavier.
Okay, and regarding states exhibit number 8, where Elizabeth is the one that called in, who was the call taker on that?
Howard.
Okay, and were these phone calls all made on April 23rd of 2017?
Yes,
And are they uniquely identified by that incident number, SAPD 2017-04242102?
yes,
Okay, and since you've reviewed states 7 through 9 inclusive, are they a true and accurate copy of the 911 calls as SAPD received them?
yes,
Okay, and were they made on a device that's capable of capturing an accurate recording?
yes,
Okay, and was the operator competent to operate that device?
yes,
Okay, and so it's an accurate representation of the statements made on that day?
yes.
And has states 7 through 9 inclusive been altered in any manner?
No,
All right, Your Honor, I'm tendering states 7 through 9 inclusive to defense and state offers at this time.
Your Honor, I mean, the foundation for their chain of custody can be established through this witness, but as to some of those questions, I guess I briefly void the witness.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? I'm well, thank you. You were not the person who took any of these calls, correct?
that's correct.
And so you were not listening in on these calls when they were made.
No,
And so as to the questions that were put to you about whether or not these calls have been modified or altered in any way, you never heard the call as it was being laid down to record, right?
well, yes, because as the call comes in, it is recorded in real time.
I'm asking, did you personally hear the recording?
Did I hear the record? Yes, I heard the recording.
I mean, I know, when the person got on the phone and called 911, you were not listening in on that phone call as it was being said, correct?
No,
Okay. You have heard a recording since.
yes,
Okay. So you do not have personal knowledge as to whether this truly and accurately depicts the phone calls that are made on, correct?
well, the call is recorded in real time.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but as to whether or not it accurately depicts how the call was made, you're not the person to ask because you weren't on the call, correct?
No, I wasn't on the call.
That would be my objection, Your
All
Honor.
right.
And that and hearsay and confrontation.
All right, any response?
Judge, it's not, well, the confrontation clause doesn't apply because the statements are non-testimonial. They were not made in advance of the criminal prosecution. And as far as hearsay, I mean, there's an exception, so presence and confession.
Well, Your Honor, I am not going to accept that at face value. And this is not a Michigan v. Bryant example. And there's been no foundation laid of that. And this would not be the witness to lay that predicate.
Objection. If the court needs case law, I can go to-
All right, so states exhibit number 7, 8, and 9 are admitted over objection.
Maybe publish.
Yes.
I just witnessed a gun shooting.
A what, ma'am? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am, where are you?
It's Jones Maltzberger and 410 by the Chick-fil-A in Joanne South.
On 14 or Jones
On the
Mall?
hood of,
And I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Jones Maltzberger and 410.
Okay. What's going on?
The guy on the hood of a car that was driving, and they pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and the passenger shot his gun at the guy on the hood.
Okay, so was the Chick-fil-A, was that on, was on Jones Maltzberg, was that inside or outside the loop, ma'am?
Was it inside or outside the loop? Outside?
Like
It's
north-
like across, it's across from North Star Mall. It is. It's outside, just outside the loop.
Okay, because outside on Jones Maltzberg right there, I'm showing hotels, and then the Hampton Inn, and the 4 Points Inn, the Drury Inn.
Right. So in that center, there's a Joanne Fabric, there's a Perfect Sim strip club, there's a Chick-fil-A. Well, there's some strip club.
Okay, so on Jones Maltzberg near Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle was it, ma'am?
What kind of vehicle was it? Like a black car.
Okay. And who did he shoot at, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
And who did he shoot at?
The guy that was on the hood.
So the guy on the hood didn't have the gun, it was somebody else?
It was the passenger in the car that had the gun and was shooting at the guy on the hood of the car.
Okay. And where did are they still in that parking lot?
No, we kept driving because we were on 410,
Uh-huh.
and so we kept driving. I'm not gonna pull into a parking lot where someone has a gun.
Right, no, ma'am, I understand. Could you tell what the guy on the hood looks like, what he was wearing?
It will look like a Hispanic guy with glasses on the hood, right? With like jeans and a white shirt. Yeah. And then there was an African-American guy in the passenger seat that opened the door and shot at him.
Okay, did he hit him, do you know?
Did he hit him? It looked like it. He was like right in front of him. I can't imagine he was dead.
How long ago did you see this, ma'am?
Just right when I called you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, and do you know if they pulled off, or did they park and get out, or do you know what happened after?
We kept driving. They were parked in the parking lot when the passenger got out and shot at the guy on the hood.
Okay.
And then I don't know what happened after that. It's like I
You were
said.
gone after that?
Well, we were getting on 410.
Uh-huh,
So we kept going down 410 and I don't know what happened.
okay.
I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they're shot in the parking lot.
No, ma'am, I've already sent this over for us to get officers on the way. I'm just trying to figure out, what they all look like, or where they went, or just so they can find them when they get out there,
I have no idea, but I can tell you that the windshield of the car is shattered because the guy, it looked like hit the windshield also. So
So he shot,
someone was,
shot through the window?
yeah, it looks like he hit the window when he shot him.
Okay, and it was a black sedan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to leave your name? Hello, ma'am?
Hello?
Do you want to leave your name?
No, I mean,
Oh, you don't have to.
okay, no, I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they were just shot.
Okay, so did you see them get hit though?
I mean, the guy was right in front of his face. I don't know how he would have missed. I mean, I wasn't in the parking lot. I was getting on the highway. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Okay, do you know what the gun looks like?
Oh my God, no, they're in a parking lot. I'm getting on the highway. I have no idea what the gun looked like. It was a small handgun, not like an AK-47 or something.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Well, we're getting them out there, okay?
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, defense.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the proceeding of this trial. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Make sure you leave the microphone behind.
Thank you.
Just to make sure I'm correct, all three calls were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and State, are you resting for today? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back tomorrow at 1:30. And I will tell you, we will start exactly at 1:30. I only have two matters in the morning tomorrow that are unrelated to this case, but I must take up those matters, all right? So the same rules apply. You're not allowed to view anything. If somebody asks you if you're on a jury, you can say, yes, I have jury duty. I'm, serving on a jury. But you're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating. If you see anything about this case anywhere, turn it off. Do not listen to it. You are not allowed to do any investigation. Everything that you don't know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, Cindy, we can go off the record. So the same rules I gave you yesterday about the parking, that applies for tomorrow because the same number of jurors are going to be brought up. If you want to make sure that you have a parking space, if you arrive by about 12:30, you should have a space because people sometimes go off campus for lunch. Okay, with that being said, drive home safely.
All right, so jury,
disagreement about it.